Bom dia a todos e todas. Sejam novamente muito bem-vindos e bem-vindas a este sábado, último dia da 23ª Conferência Internacional OIDP. Bonjour, good morning, buenos dias. Estamos aqui em Valongo, esperamos que estejam a gostar desta cidade, deste concelho, do pão, da regueifa, do biscoito, do brinquedo tradicional, da ardósia, do grupo das Serras do Porto, do santuário de Santa Rita, fazemos homenagem aqui a Santa Rita, temos um grande santuário, da trilobite, da passagem dos romanos por cá, do ferroviário. Portanto, somos uma terra de várias marcas que se pretendem acentuadas cada vez mais e que nos distinguem de alguns outros concelhos. Esperamos sinceramente que estejam a gostar de Valongo, porque nós estamos a adorar ter-vos cá. Vamos ter muita saudade das vossas caras, do vosso movimento nas ruas, da troca de experiências que tivemos convosco, da riqueza que trouxeram até nós, e Valongo certamente ter-vos-á no coração. Eu agora queria um aplauso, não é? Pronto, porque acho que merece. Muito obrigada. Vamos então dar início a este primeiro painel da manhã com a moderadora Gisele Craveiro. Até já, muito obrigada.
Muito obrigada. Bem, agradeço enormemente ao município de Valongo, ao OIDP também.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
Então, vocês
I'm very thankful to the Valongo municipality. You are indeed representing your region very well, but with an initiative which makes us be much more hopeful when we go back home.
Agradeço a todos os meus colegas que
I thank all the colleagues that are part of this colleague, and I'm also thank to this audience and probably the internet. Today, I have the honor of moderating this session on governance practices at local level, where we will be highlighting initiatives in political education and citizenship education at local level from different countries, and in more details focusing on Brazil. So we have here the presence of representatives from São Paulo, Goiás, Osasco. These representatives will be showing some of our initiatives, and then we will be having a chat with the audience. We will be asking you the questions to the audience, so we do hope and expect this question and answer session to be dynamic and participative. So once again, thank you very much for your presence. I'd like to ask each one of you, when you take your place on the floor, please do take into account the inclusion of people who aren't able to see us. So let's now begin our first presentation. Patricia Marques from the São Paulo municipality. Thank you, Patricia.
Bom dia, bem-vindas, bem-vindos. Bom, como a professora falou, vou iniciar com a minha autodescrição.
So I will start by introducing myself. I am a woman of 158, short black hair. I am Caucasian, light eyes. I'm wearing a dark coat, dark trousers, white shirt, and I'm wearing a red lipstick. This is me.
Quem somos, né? Eu sou
Who
da cidade de
are
São
we?
Paulo,
I'm
uma cidade no
from
Brasil, do
São
estado de
Paulo,
São Paulo.
in the São
O
Paulo
nosso território é
state.
muito extenso,
Our
a minha cidade
territory
tem
is
12 milhões de pessoas.
very vast. I
Então,
come from
ela
a
é
city of
praticamente
12
do
million,
tamanho de Portugal,
so
pensando
it
em número de
is
pessoas.
about the size of
E
Portugal
na
if you
nossa
consider
cidade
the
tem uma unidade
population.
específica
Our
para
city
tratar da
has a
pauta de
specific
governo aberto,
unit
que é a
to
unidade em que eu
focus
trabalho, tenho o prazer
on
de
the
coordenar, que
open
é a Coordenadoria de Governo
governance
Aberto.
department.
E a nossa missão
And our
é
mission
tornar o ciclo das políticas
is to
públicas mais
make the
aberto,
cycle
mais
of public
acessível
policies
e
more
trazer o
open, more
cidadão para
accessible,
dentro da
and to bring
construção desse ciclo
citizens
da política
to
pública, para
the
dentro da
building of public
implementação e do
policies,
monitoramento.
implementation, and monitoring as well.
Quando a gente fala de
So,
educação, São Paulo, para vocês terem uma ideia, nós
just to
estamos
give you an idea
passando
about
por
the
momento
city of
de
São Paulo,
eleição.
we're going
O
through an
executivo
electoral
municipal
moment.
está passando pela
So,
eleição. Estou
the
trabalhando
municipal
num governo
team
de
is going
centro-direita,
through an election.
mas a pauta de
I
governo aberto
am
nasceu em
part of a
2014 dentro do
center-right
município,
government, but
que
this
é
open
governo de
government
esquerda à época.
framework
A
was
unidade
born
fez 10
from
anos
a
este ano
then
de
left-wing
2024,
government. The
então nós
unit
tivemos
completed
aí
2 years now,
uma passagem de governo
and
aberto
we've
de um
had a
governo de esquerda para
transition
um
from an
governo de
open
direita, depois um
governance
governo de
from a
centro-direita.
left government to a
Das
right government, and
iniciativas
now
que a
to
nossa
center-right.
cidade
One of
atua
the
muito
initiatives
fortemente é com o programa de
we are
formação.
very strongly
Inicialmente,
focused on
começamos
is
com
with
formação
the
cidadã.
training program. Initially, we
Pensando
start with
como que a gente
citizenship
pode
training.
fazer governo aberto e
How
levar o que é
can we
governo aberto para a
perform
população.
open
Então, nós temos o
governance
programa
and
Gente
take
de
this to
Governo
the
Aberto,
population?
que
So
nasceu
we
em
have this
2015,
program born in
e ele consiste num
2015.
programa de
It
oficinas
consists in a
gratuitas à
program of
população,
free
onde a
workshops for the
prefeitura
population
contrata pessoas
where
da cidade que
the
detêm algum
municipality
conhecimento em
hires
práticas de
people from the
gestão,
city
políticas
who
públicas,
have knowledge in the
ferramentas que as pessoas
management,
podem
public
se utilizar, os
policies,
serviços que as pessoas podem
which
se utilizar,
people
e a
can
gente contrata
use.
essas pessoas para irem
So
para o
we hire
território
these
para
persons to
realizar
go
essas
to the
oficinas.
ground
Essas
and
pessoas
to
ganham uma
carry
bolsa,
out and
né? Então,
develop these
existe aí
workshops. These
financiamento
people
dentro desse
get
programa. Para vocês
a
terem uma ideia,
grant,
já
so there
passaram
is
pelas
funding
nossas
available.
formações
Just to give you an
mais de
idea,
50 mil
we've had in our
pessoas.
trainings
E
over
em
50,000 people,
nós
and
estamos na 7ª edição, então
this
desde
is
o
our
seu
7th
lançamento em
edition. So
2015,
since its
foram
launch in
294
2015, we've
projetos
had
contratados para serem
294
ministrados.
contracted projects
Cada
to
projeto
be
tem 40 horas para
given.
ministrar oficinas
Each
para o nosso
project has
território.
40
E nós
hours
estamos na 7ª
to be
edição.
delivered,
Só
and this is
nessa
our
7ª
7th
edição,
edition.
que compreende
Only in this
2023
7th
e
edition,
2024,
from
foram mais de 15 mil
2023 to
participações.
2024, we've had over 15,000 participations.
Indo agora para uma questão de formação
Let's
de
now
servidores.
focus on the training of providers. In 2018,
de 2018, 2019, trabalho de mapeamento de
a
governo aberto no
mapping
município.
task of open
Então,
governance in the
nós
municipality.
identificamos que ainda existia uma
We
dificuldade dos
identified
servidores
and we
públicos de
detected that there was
compreenderem o que
still
é
a
governo aberto.
difficulty in understanding
Quais
the
são as suas
concept
boas
of open
práticas?
governance.
O que
Which
no meu
good practices
trabalho
does it entail, for
envolve
example?
no dia a dia para que eu
What,
possa colocar em
how can
prática
I
as
make
melhores
my
ações para
work
ter mais
more
transparência, mais
open in order
participação,
to
para que
achieve
eu tenha
better
ações de
transparency,
accountability.
participation,
Então, nós criamos curso
accountability?
focado em
So this is
servidores
why we
que se
decided
chama
to
Governo
create
Aberto
a
na
course
Prática.
focus
E esse curso
for
foi criado pela equipe
providers.
de governo aberto da
The
Prefeitura
course
de
was
São
created
Paulo.
by the
A
team
prefeitura tem
itself.
uma escola para
The
servidores.
municipality
Então,
has a
esse
school
curso
for
acontece
providers,
dentro dessa
for
escola de
these
formação de
public
servidores. Nós
workers
estamos com
within
dois módulos.
this
O primeiro módulo,
training
a gente
school.
trata
The
exatamente
first
das
module
questões de quais são os
focuses
conceitos de
on
governo
the
aberto e quais as
issues of
experiências,
open
né?
governance
E o que
and
acontece,
which
inclusive, em
the
outras cidades do
experience
mundo.
are and what happens
E
also in other
depois,
cities
o
of
ano
the
passado,
world.
nós lançamos
Last
segundo
year,
módulo,
we
que é
launched a second
exatamente como que
module,
a gente pode
which
estimular o
is
servidor
how can
público
we
para inovar na construção da
encourage
política
the
pública,
public
uma
server to build this and to participate. So one of the pillars of open governance is the use of technology in order to promote accountability and transparency. This is when we created the second module focused on co-creation, using as a design tool, design thinking in order to inspire them to involve citizens. Who is the end user of this public policy? And lastly, we also realized after a while, so communication is a constant challenge in all cities. Every time we ask, what challenge are you dealing with? Communication. So how can we reach people? And we started thinking about this. How can we do this? So we realized that we tend to have the same public, the same audience, the people who are already engaged, who are already familiarized. So then we thought, how can we involve the youth by creating a culture of open governance that starts from youth? This is where we started the program Youth for Governance. We launched a pilot in April and May of 2023, where we tested the model with over 500 young people, a different way of delivering a course. So whereas in the open governance course, these are people who give these courses to the general population, we have a more adult language adapted to the topic and the project of the workshop. When we talk with public workers, these are public workers speaking to public workers. But in this case, we started as a class, a lesson, and there we tell what the framework is by instructing the young people in participating in building the participatory budget of the city. So the young people would be building collective proposals that would go onto the platform and go onto the budget process to be analyzed and voted. This is where we found that difficulties in communications. So young people are very dynamic, so it's not enough just to have 2 or 3 hours of training. So we ended up deciding by gamifying. I brought the game, if you would like to see it later. And this is where we created youth in governance. What if I were a mayor? So, for example, the young person receives a fictional problem with pros and cons. They receive a budget and a table of prices. And the young person is decided, what are you going to focus on? What are you going to solve? Some of them start this with 300 points. Some of them start with 800 coins. This is a very interesting to see with this gamified approach what young people prioritize. It is very gratifying. And at the end, they tell us, I had no idea this existed. I had no idea I could contribute to my city's budget. It is very gratifying to be sure that we are contributing for a more politically mature society, which in the future can participate and build the public policies we need. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada, Patrícia.
Thank you very much, Patricia. It's very inspiring initiatives. So I'd like to invite now Diego Ramalho, who is always going to tell us of more good practices to contribute to our debate. Good morning, everyone. I would like to greet Professor Gisele Carvalho from this table. I am Diego Ramalho. I'm 38. I am a young person wearing square glasses. I'm wearing a blue blazer, a white shirt, and beige trousers. I see myself as brown, physically, it's my description. So I come from a place with 7 million inhabitants, 246 municipalities, many nice people, many public workers who focus on civic engagement. I'll be presenting now our program called Students with an Attitude. This is the social technology we've developed now for more than 12 years. However, in Goiás, we've been applying it since 2019. I'm a public worker for the Goiás state, and we've been acting and focusing on open governance for some time now. So the idea has always been to debate within the state the creation of an ecosystem of citizenship participation. So within our accounting system, we monitor all the structures. Goiás is a reference in terms of transparency and open cities. We have a forum of open governance and multiple programs for citizenship participation. What I'll be focusing on today is the one called Students with an Attitude. So just to give you an idea, we have thousands of students using a social technology called civic auditing. Students are invited to audit the environment of their schools. They will be auditing the food served in the canteen, the physical structures such as the classrooms, the indoor space, the outdoor space. They will be performing an opinion search by interviewing students, teachers, and with this there is a report produced at the end, the result with a civic audit with all the positive points and the points that need to be improved. This makes the student the great protagonist in solving problems. The idea is that the school community looks at the report and defines amongst the listed problems the challenges they intend to solve without the state intervention or the intervention from teachers. But students, what can students promote? I bring some examples from this year. For example, this school in the Trindade municipality, in the civic auditing, the main point detected when looking at the graphs was that social problems went beyond the school boundaries. So they write a school project whereby they propose the training student scouts in order to solve social problems in the neighborhoods and the communities. All the text, the idea, the production is developed by the students themselves. In the Formosa municipality, in the Helena Nasser school, they identified the main problem as dengue, outbreaks of dengue, and a large number of cases in 2024. So they created an app together with the municipality in order to detect the dengue sources and inform the community about all the sources, all the points, including health centers. For the large Santa Helena de Goiás municipality, the students detected that there was rubbish in the school and the environment was run down, so they decided to transform the environment into a space of attitude as named by the students. There is a before and an after. And also a school within the Trindade municipality, they used an abandoned classroom and developed a hub for discussion and has now become a revitalized space. This is very cool because when you search the impact of the project in the life of students, they tell us, well, I would come to school, I would look at the school, but I would not see the school. So the school becomes a part of the community and their own environment. So this is a motto that became very well known when we asked in the survey we did with them regarding the skills, being a much better citizen. We also asked them to describe with one word the feeling they had after the audit, after the challenge of solving the problem. They mentioned happiness, pride, gratitude, fulfillment. I always bring this reflection by Alex de Tocqueville. In this process, each student gives their contribution from their own convictions and wishes. Together, they make decisions on what they want to do. There is a common spirit, a communal spirit, illuminated self-interest by Alexis de Tocqueville. So it's been a great joy to us. We have 1,000 public schools, and at the moment we have about 35,000 students, 700 schools participating in this gamification project with the goal of making them see their schools and look at the schools as an environment where they spend days, weeks, months, which needs to become a healthier environment and a much better one for each of them.
Muito obrigada, Diego. Então, na sequência, eu já convido
Thank you very much, Diego. So I'd like now to present now and introduce Felipe, who is going to give us tell us about the new project.
Olá, pessoal, bom dia.
Good morning, everybody. So, describing myself, I'm a Caucasian man, tall, with a beard. I'm wearing a scarf, a gray coat, and a pink shirt in honor of Pink October for raising the awareness for the prevention of breast cancer. I would like to start by thanking the opportunity given to me, the invitation by Professor Giselle. She is global reference in this subject of participatory democracy, and I'm very happy to be here also with Diego and Patricia, because they are actually very important for me. I would also like to highlight how inspiring the words of the mayor, because it's inspiring for us to be here. I've talked with some of the professors from the Aveiro University, and we were talking about the importance of having a local authority to have this global vision. And so I would like to congratulate him and salute him on behalf of my own mayor. I would like to thank all of the organizers and everybody who has been working with us, because they have been always very proactive. I would like also to mention all of the speakers here, because I'm taking to Brazil a lot of enriching experiences from all of you. I would also like to thank the presence of Stella Lopes, the MP. She has been one of the creators of the participatory budgeting in practice. And she has also been one of the co-founders or co-organizers of this event where we are today. So I'm very happy to have you there listening to me. My town, Osasco, is smaller than Valongo. It's 10 square kilometers smaller than Valongo. So 65 square kilometers is our dimension, but our population is 7 times over than Valongo. So we have a very highly densely populated city, and the difficulties actually grow. Our difficulties are 11 times as hard as the ones you face here in Valongo. Our GDP is high, but GDP is not a social equality indicator, just an economic one. So we face several challenges. I am the director of the department to have open governance practices. For me, I think it's important to overcome social inequalities and overcome the challenges that people may face. So in order to meet our challenges, we had to have public planning. And so if we have reached an agreement in public policies, then we have it set in the public budget. That's where we need to put the participatory democracy. This is a multi-annual plan. I don't know how long, how many years strategic planning is in Portugal. I don't remember if it's 5 or 3 years, but in Brazil, we plan for 4 years. So we carried out all of our planning from 22 to 25, but we reviewed the planning so LDO are the directives that we have set, and the LOA, we allocate the amount to each project. We have done all of this in a participatory manner. So from the get-go, we started with public hearings where we listen to the public, and we also get their proposals. We then have public consultation. We've also made a website, which is Site Participa Osasco, and we also have municipal councils that are usually organized by sectors, such as health or works. And the idea is to promote the participation of the municipality. And then we also have the communication strategy. We have a portal so that we can engage our population. All of these are strategies to then build a larger project. So in order to do that, we also have a strategy to educate the citizens. It's an idea to stimulate participation before actually participating, because public budgeting is very complicated, very complex. So we created this workshop, which is a gamification about how are the projects that we should prioritize, how much money to allocate to each project. So we have material, we have like the it's like a BD, and then we start playing the game in this workshop. We've already had more than 300 people in these workshops. We have made this methodology available to 10 public equipments, and we now know that this workshop will be given each year in those municipalities, and so people will learn what it is to make a budget, and so they get better informed so that they can then participate. Here you have the materials that we give them. So the first is like a BD on budgeting. It's making accounts. Then we have the LDA, the LDO and the LOA, which are the instruments I talked about. And then we have reviewed our codes regarding in urbanism planning, so that people can own their city and participate in a more in a more specific manner. As you can see here, this is part of the inside of our materials. Here in the left-hand side is what we used to show people in the public hearings. So public managers used to say, well, this is our plans, and people would say, oh my God, what's that? I can't understand a thing. But afterwards, we decided to show the same thing in a more pleasing way. And then we were able to link the project to the budget and to the development, sustainable development goals. And that makes all the difference, because it empowers people. The person sees that she or he is understanding what they are saying, and they don't feel that they are left aside. Here is the workshop that we do, so talking maps. And so we need to deal with climate change. In Osasco, we have several territories that are in risk of flooding, for instance. And so we have this workshops. We have printed a big map, and the speakers would go on and stand on the maps and say, here, it's a place where we have flooding. Over there is a place where people are littering. And so we have gathered all of the information from the civil society and the public responsibles. And so we were able to realize with this workshop, we were able to realize what is the problem that needs to be tackled the first. And so when we did this, we had the growth acceleration package with the new government from Lula. And we were able to get some financial resources. And when we got them, we were able to allocate them immediately. So we had 2 million reals to plan the territory and 77 million reals to re-urbanize or requalify the favelas. And we were able to do that because we worked before that. What is interesting when we're talking about gamification, we usually think about young people, but what happened in Osasco was that we had a greater response from the elderly. So they were the ones who got more involved with participatory budgeting, and they were so involved that they started a conference in the city. They have activated the municipal council for the elderly, and that is great. So you can see here our mayor with all of the elderly that have been involved in this object. And this is just goes to show that sometimes we focus on one target and we reach a lot of other targets that we haven't even considered before. This is some statements from what the people who were involved had to say. So we have the first one saying, during the game, it was very hard for me to choose where to allocate the money. So I really feel the shoes of a public manager. And so these activities are able to generate an empathy towards the public manager, because it's different to be on the other side. Over my time, so thank you for listening to me, and we will have a time to continue talking, I am sure. Thank you.
Muito obrigada, Felipe. Então, agora,
thank you, Felipe. Now I'm putting my presenter or speaker hat. I am here to share with you why we have chosen these governments to be in this panel today. We are exploring today some of the good practices that have to do with education for citizenship, and for politics. So as we could see, we have different audiences, different strategies, material and intangible, immaterial, and focusing on a specific aspect or focusing on public administration as a whole. And so I'm going to share with you a very brief overview of how education for citizenship is around the world. So what is OGP? OGP is Open Government Partnership. This was one of the topics of the workshop that São Paulo City Hall has conducted, and they have talked about the collaborative building of action plans. So participating in OGP means that the government and the public needs to build together action plan with commitments, and those commitments and those goals have to be met within 2 years. So with all of that, the planning, the implementation all of that is afterwards assessed by an independent party. So this partnership that today gathers a large amount of the governments around the world. I think that most of our population in the world are under this umbrella of OGP, and so we would like to see how this has happened at the local level. I think that it was already quite clear that the local governments are very important. So this is where the problems become really tangible, really concrete. So a school, a hospital, it's where a public budget becomes a real asset. It's because the public budget, it's kind of abstract, and then in those places it becomes material. And the idea, as we have heard, is to bring this dialogue space in this organization. And we need this links and bonding between the public and the local authorities. This initiative only gathers subnational governments, so states, municipalities, etc. We have here in our panel São Paulo and Osasco, because they're already a part of the local OGP. And more recently, the Goiás state has already become a member of this partnership. And this means that they had to submit an action plan that had to be co-created with the society where they come from. And our research tried to have an overview, tried to reach an overview. We have analyzed all of the local governments that are part of the local OGP. Now we have 150 of them. When we started our collection of data, we have analyzed the action plans from 2016 and 2022. So now we have 150, and back there we had 105, because it has been growing. As I said, Goiás has just become a member of this, so they have submitted the action plan, but they haven't yet started implemented it. So we had 112 action plans of 105 local governments between 2016 and 2022, and more than 400 commitments. So our research had to do we wanted to see how many of those commitments had to do with promoting citizenship through this educational processes, where we have allocated resources so that the citizenship can really be participatory. As we have heard, sometimes the way of speaking is not suitable to the target audience. So if I show a spreadsheet with a lot of numbers, maybe my audience cannot understand it. So there's this effort done for translating the information, listening to the citizen, so that the citizen can also bring to us their own knowledge, the knowledge that they have of living in that place living in that reality. So we believe that this dialogue will allow us to exchange knowledge. This is a work that will be published later this year in a journal. I'm just giving you here a small overview. What I wanted to stress is that we have analyzed 450 commitments, and only 15 of them had to do with political education within this plan. So most of the commitments are focused yet on the transparency of data and information. So OGP has three pillars: transparency, social participation, and accountability. And as we have already seen in other researches, the participation axis is still the least seen in the action plans. And I think that we can understand why. It's because it's the most complex of these three axes. So we had only 15 of these commitments linked to political education. And you can see here in the map the initiatives that we have.
So we have initiatives in Latin America, Europe, and one in Africa with local governments from these places. I've used different colors on these maps to represent the places in which there were 2 or more governments, and we have on this stage 2 examples of such governments in Brazil who have in their action plans commitments with education for citizenship and political education. The other country is Spain with 3 sites. So if we were to elect an ecosystem which is very strong and exemplary in these initiatives, it would be number 1 Spain and number 2 Brazil. The remaining countries have 1 initiative each of education for citizenship. So this landscape affords some quantitative analysis. There is no progress in implementation because this was done at different times, but our intention is to deepen these analyses and to perform future studies. So this is the end of my presentation, and these are my contact details, and please know that I'm also available for any questions. I would like now to have our question session. So these are the questions I have for you. And I'm going back to my role as a moderator. As I said, it is a privilege to have all of you here. If you're not aware, the Goiás state, despite not having been selected because it joined the local partnership very recently, this state is known in Brazil as a champion. So we are here amongst champions. I see many people in the audience who have wonderful ideas, wonderful implemented projects. So the important thing now is to debate. Patricia showed us a bit of the local context of São Paulo, also the political context. I think it's become very clear in this conference that participation is a complex challenge which cannot be looked at in a Manichaeistic fashion. So I would like to start by asking you to let us know a bit about the political context you're in, especially you who hold this great responsibility and tremendous task of negotiating with the higher levels of decision makers. So oftentimes it is necessary to dialogue at this level, and considering the extreme polarization in recent years in Brazil, while at the same time to dialogue with citizens. So I'd like to invite my panel colleagues and other governments in the panel, in the audience, or so my question is, which strategies have you used in order to influence, persuade the high level leaders in view of the political context that the city, the state where you are in deals with? So, Patricia, I'd like to ask you first. Well, as I had commented before, the framework for open governance exists in São Paulo since 2014. It started with a left-wing government. In 2016, there was an election and there was a new party in power. The framework lasted, and now we are in a center-right government. The framework remains in the municipality. Within this conversation strategy, one of the aspects that contributed to this growth, we are in constant growth. If we compare our initiatives, there has been a very strong growth. We've had the chance to create programs and to bring tools that didn't exist before. But when it comes to strategies, the awareness raising of public workers was very assertive. So the coordination team is at a level of coordination. So it doesn't mean they have a final power. But how do we use this? We do a great deal of liaison with other secretariats, which means that we use the conversation with other coordinators. There are also our trainings, which also make us close to public workers. So this is also a way to sensitize the high-level administration, especially when we are building an open governance process. This is important because we expand the scope of our work and we don't only remain inside our little bubble. We bring this approach to other departments. So this is a very promising coordination. It is our key in order to be able to have a conversation with the administrations, to have the power to apply decisions. Recently, in this last mandate within our own secretariat, we gained a new strength. So, for example, Fabricio, the General Secretariat, we managed to gather more technical capacity and to have more positions in order to bring more public workers. So this is a perspective of 4 years, which will enable us to embrace new activities. And this has been a promising factor. Another important factor is civil society. In São Paulo, we work very closely with the Shared Management Forum. This is a space which affords a great deal of external information. It is definitely a strength whenever we need mobilization. In 2017, the Shared Management Forum organized a meeting within the mayor's office to tell about the actions that were being organized. And this was very positive. So these two strategies, in my opinion, are essential to unite the public workers within the municipality with the civil society. And obviously, all open governance projects are done on a participatory basis. So when we dialogue, this is the information we bring. Why should we have this proposal? Why the design of these public policies in this specific format? In different steps, we spoke with the population through advisors or through people from the city who have no specific role as a public agency, or via the civic society organizations. Giselle, in Goiás, in my opinion, especially for high-level management, and I say this not only at the level of the Secretariat, who are one of the main sponsors, I think the governor is an essential element. So when the governor visits a school and he sees the impact generated by the students themselves, that this public resource was implemented and this public policy is still working after months because the students understood the worth, the value of public resources, I think this is very powerful. So we had many past scandals of corruption, so there was a compliance program implemented. One of the axes is open governance. Our sub-secretariat was born from this reform in 2019. So both participation and transparency gain operational strength because of this. So as I said, Goiás has become a reference in transparency, and we had been focusing on participation. So when high management realized the impact of a program, especially in the lives of citizens, I think that this becomes more perennial and automatically it helps our strategy. So bringing governors to schools, the governors are in charge of closing official events. There will be one on December the 9th. You're all invited. So for us, this is very important.
Bom, professor Gisele, sobre
Professor Giselle, so regarding this question, it is interesting to see the history of Osasco. So for those of you, was a neighborhood of the São Paulo city. So participation comes from a tradition of workers who in moments of strike did the emancipation of the city, claiming, demanding resources for the region. So there is a history, a tradition of participation. And more recently, in a more recent history, when our mayor, Rogério Lins, who is in his second term, so we had an indicator of transparency according to the ministry, the public ministry, from a scale to 0 to 10, we had a grading of 0.2. This is one of the worst ratings in transparency, was the Osasco grade. So it was quite arrogant for me. I can see now, how could I convince the mayor to engage in participation and transparency? This grade is something that motivated all the governments to restructure, to reform. There was an administrative reform, so there was a new department created. I am the president of this department in order to outline new approaches. So first of all, these control bodies, judicial monitoring, also at legislative level and legal, and also also the issue of civil society as a whole. Osasco also has a history of counties, even before we joined the open governance agenda. But when we joined, it strengthened us because it creates an international commitment that Osasco will be doing an action plan for citizenship education and strengthening of transparency. Something very positive, which I believe is essential for us to be able to structure our agenda in open governance, is our Secretary of Planning. He advocates this agenda to all the municipality, always supporting us in our purpose, in our mission. This made that the person who came after the mayor, this is a progressive government, very wide in the coalition, so there are this is a right-wing government with left-wing people inside this government, but regardless of the political affiliations, there is a definite commitment with results. So, for example, when we have OIDP, which lists the best practices, Osasco will instantly seek the best practices. So we will look for new paths according to what is considered best in public policy. So he tells me, Philippe, please do search the best practice and bring them. And this was reflected. So we had municipal elections, and the mayor's successor won the elections with 65% of votes. This is very representative, and there is already the intention shown by this new governor that this will be a government of participation. We had workshops in 60 neighborhoods, face-to-face workshops, and also digital workshops under specific topics for the government plans. This also already shows and demonstrates what might be the next government. And the civil society has a crucial role in consolidating and in maintaining this structure. Excellent. Thank you very much. I'd like to take the opportunity, since you already have the mic, I think you're already answering the second question. We only have a minute available, but what can you tell us? What have I learned from this interaction with the population, the people who are directly affected by the educational process? What would you choose? What is the greatest lesson learned from your contact with the public? And this is a question for all the public. That is a beautiful question. I think that one of the things I most learned is that governments build with, not for people, but with people. So, in the face of such a great vulnerability, people will do. They already do a lot in order to survive. So when we act as a public manager, there is already a wisdom and intelligence in those who are surviving in a specific region. So the integration of this technical knowledge of public managers, of the intelligence of those who survive and overcome adversities and problems, this will be very beneficial. Great question. In my opinion, what I have learned in the past years is that, first of all, citizens do want to participate. Citizens want to participate, and when they do, there is an impact generated. The state has to be a mere facilitator. When I say this, I mean not just going there and doing public consultation and tell people to participate. Well, come here, participate, and then there is no return of the moment where he uses energy by participating and interacting with the state. So I think that the lesson learned is this. Citizens want to participate and they know how to participate. So when they participate, there is an impact. I learned many things, but I have to choose one. So when there was a turning point for me when I started working in public administration. But what I was able to learn is the ability and the importance of listening to and returning. It's very clear to me that when you summon people to participate, you must be available to listen and to practice active listening, to understand what they are bringing, also to practice humility and admitting we don't have all the solutions. So sometimes I might be thinking something, but it's totally different from the needs of the population. I know the resources, I know the goals, but what is the person asking me? What do the population need? So active listening is very important, as well as the act of returning. What have I done with what you've given me? What has become of that? So the act of returning, the participation, whether in public services, or even that famous, I didn't do it because of this, because I didn't have the conditions. I did something different, which can also afford an outcome, is just as important. So we must use yes, but we must also use no. Sometimes we silence because public power might not do. People must know why things are not being done. This is where we may make mistakes. It's difficult to recognize that things were not done. So it's important to understand that sometimes we can only do as much. This is the great learning to listen and responding. Thank you, Professor. I wasn't expecting nothing the least of what you have shared with us. Brilliant presentations. And now I'd like to invite the audience to answer the questions in the government, or if that's not the case, we will also open more general questions, and then I will be doing the opposite. I'll be introducing myself also as an inspiration for you to introduce yourselves. So my name is Gisele Carveiro. I'm a professor at the São Paulo University in Brazil. I am a Black woman. I have long, frizzy hair. My skin is somehow lighter. I'm wearing striped white and black clothes and black trousers. And now the floor is yours. Let's do this also in a participatory fashion, this panel. So we have microphones available.
Thank you. And I already thank you if you start by describing yourselves and then placing your questions. Hello, first of all, thank you for all your presentations. It was very interesting. I am Jens. I have never introduced myself this way, but I want to do that. So, I'm a white man with red hair.
O pelo rubio, ¿no?
Loiro.
No, I'm a blonde. I'm wearing a blue shirt, blue pants. My glasses are brown, and that's it. That's it. So my question has to do with defining good practices? What's your concept? We always talk about good practices. We saw many good practices, examples in these places and cities, but I want to know more about how we can assess how you assess the practices. So how do you decide this is a good practice and that is a bad practice? So I would like to know about maybe some practices that you have tried but that were abandoned because they didn't work. Do you want to address any one of us in specific or just general? General, thank you. Another question? Or an example if you want. I don't have a question, I just have a comment. I am Stella Farias. I'm a woman, 1.55 meters in height. I am my skin tone is light brown. My hair is dark, but I'm already graying. I was a mayor for 8 years until 2000, and I was a mayor of a suburban city, peripheral, small, if we compare with Osasco, for instance. We have a 200,000 inhabitants. They have 700,000, so it's a big difference. And I was thinking about my municipality. Felipe is from a rich town. I'm from a very poor one. And back then we didn't have open government. Open government, it's really quite recent in politics, but we have actually copied from Porto Alegre the experience they had in participatory budget, and then we have evolved. And so on our first mandate, on our first term, we had a lot of debt and we needed to pay off our debt, but there was nowhere to start dialoguing with the population. But with 15 days in our term, we were already doing a meeting for participatory budgeting. So we have divided the city in 11 regions, and we started planning what should we tell them. We barely knew what we had. We knew that our streets were not paved, we had open air sewage, so we had a great deal of expectations from the audience, from our public, and we only had one big mechanical equipment, so machine. And then we discussed with the population to decide where we would start to do the paving of the streets. So this is just my comment to understand that there are a lot of differences from town to town. We have also learned the experience of Mozambique, where they have a very small budget to do and make a lot of improvements. And so we know that even when we started our government, back then, we had to call upon the communities to buy the lamps because we didn't have the money for it. So we asked the community to do that. And that was what we did for the first year so that we could pay off all of our debts. And then after that, we were re-elected and we were able to continue our working. So what I want to share with you is dialogue and do something with the public, the population. So even if the situation is very dire, if the population feels that they are involved in how to allocate our monies, they deliberated on schools, on buildings that needed to be built, and so it's not really a question. It's showing something. We need to give back to the community. So all of the experiences that we do, we need to construct that with the citizen. So the citizen must feel like a part of the process, but they also need the citizen also needs to follow the step by step of implementation. Back then, the participatory budget was very young. Was in the first generation of its implementation. So we back then had to follow up on everything that was going to happen in that neighborhood. And the inhabitants commission or committee used to follow up on what we were doing. So that is just something that I wanted to add. And I wanted also to congratulate you. I'm from the 90s, and so you are a generation afterwards. So all of the experience, the backlog of open government can give you a lot of ways to improve. Yes, thank you for both of the questions. And now I would also like to give back to you the same compliment that you made to us. I think that you were a pioneer, and so I'm very proud, very honored to have listened to you because you were really a pioneer of the participatory budget. So any one of you can answer to the questions. So first, regarding good practices, how do we assess them? We think, what are we doing that is working? But not everything that we do will have the best results. For instance, in São Paulo, we know we met or we came to know a tool for participation. It was a platform that was the second most accessed platform after Facebook. And in Barcelona, it worked wonderfully. It started in 2015. We started to know it in 2018, 2020. And then we thought, why shouldn't we have something similar? It's working in other places of the world, so maybe we could use it here. So we put it in our plan to discuss and to assess whether or not that platform made sense. And we talked to the public, and we decided that we should use that tool. It started in Madrid, but now we already have it there. It's the Participa Mais. We have more than 100,000 contributions towards building our society, and also how to build our budget. So to assess something, we need to see what's behind a good practice, and we need to really assess it, taking in consideration our own territory, our own society. Regarding the second participation, we know that we need to create the culture in public services to give back to the population, to tell them what we are doing. But after, we didn't have that before, but after we became part of the OGP, now we have a public audience with the population, and we also have a monitoring tool. So from time to time, people can go there and see what stage is that project that we had approved in the plan for our territory. Thank you. Regarding good practice, sometimes people come to us and try to replicate our structure, and we immediately feel frightened because we have a big structure. What I do is please take our methodology, but make it analogic within the school environment. So you first start assessing that in schools, but the investment that is needed to welcome or to start working with our methodology. So they also need computer infrastructures. And so what we do is think, well, this is a good practice for us because we have had this evolution, but you should start with baby steps in your own territory to see if it makes sense. Regarding public consultation, that's not what we do. We do at the level of this system. We had a public consultation regarding the creation of the OGP. We had 50,000 participations, and the second one we had 40,000 participations. And so the idea is to tell the public what we have been doing. We have already done something different as well. For instance, we want to create a code of ethics. And so we realized that we first had to listen to the public, and so we had people that were part of this public consultation on the code were also added to the code itself, because they mentioned they had some contributions to the code, and we just, if the person had identified themselves, we added their names to the code. So besides the fact that the good practices being a part of a good way of working, but we need to think about good practices in another point of view. So We need to see good practices for whom and for what. And so we need to assess it. We need to see, is that an inclusive practice? If it is, then we can consider it. And another way of seeing what is around the world is taking part in events like this. If we come to these kinds of events, we are able to talk a lot and speak a lot of different good practices. And so afterwards, we need to reassess, because sometimes here in this event, we think that this is a very good practice and we should implement it. But afterwards, we have to see in our territories whether or not it makes sense. So when we started this practice of public education for public life, we started very small, such like Pedro said regarding Goiás. So we started very small, and then we asked after the workshop, we used to ask the audience of that workshop how they felt. And the first one that we made, we had this response: well, I have been a councilman for 20 years, but I had never understood actually what budgeting was, and you were able to do this and to tell me and explain it to me in a way I could understand it in 30 minutes. So we thought, well, that's a good practice. And so what happened is that we have been perfecting our methodology through the interactions that we had during these workshops, and that's what makes sense to me. Now, regarding what Gisela Maria said, she really knows a lot about this. And so Patricia also mentioned something that I agree with. It's a culture, making a culture. And that is even harder than involving participation, because showing what we have done is more than just being able to have participation from the public. Because, for instance, in that workshop with the big map that I talked about, we had the resource, we had the participation from the public, and we have afterwards the allocation of monies, but now we need to see how the other people are going to deliver this afterwards, because the bummer in participation is if we actually participate, we take part, we get involved, and then afterwards nothing is delivered. So this is what we believe, and I think we need to get back to the people on what they have participated and what we are doing. Yes, thank you for what you said, and I would like to add the following. Both of these things are united here. So we discuss good practices of participatory democracy, and there's an observatory on good practices, and so there's a lot of people working in these workshops of assessment, and they allow us to understand what practices are good, because they join several kinds of knowledge, so empirical, scientific, academic, and so this is what we do every day in our position. We listen, we exchange information, and we learn from each other. So be it in spaces like this event or in initiatives that then complement this. Sometimes these initiatives have a long-term life course, but other times they are only a small lifespan, but a long impact. So I don't think that the amount of participation is the most important of it. The most important aspect of this is the quality of that participation. So we are now getting close to the end of our panel. I would like to stress once again how welcome I felt from all of you, and I would like to thank you all, and thank you, and I hope the rest of the event goes smoothly for all of us. Thank you all. Congratulations on this excellent panel. I am a woman. I am wearing green and black, which are the municipality's colors. My hair is red-brown, and I have a good news for you. We have a coffee break now.
Ora, vamos então iniciar este
Let's
último
now start our last panel with the moderation of Professor Fátima Vieira. See you soon. Good afternoon. Well, nearly good afternoon, says the speaker. We're in between morning and early afternoon. Let's now begin this session. Apologies to those who participated in the previous panels, but this is without a doubt the most important because it will focus on involving young people in public policy.
I'll switch into English just to introduce Roel Camps, who will be our first speaker. Roel Camps comes from the city of Antwerp. He works at Youth Department and is an expert in solution. Sorry, okay, sorry. You're okay. Is an expert in solution-oriented strategies. And in fact, the title of his intervention will be How to Ensure Young Citizens' Participation in Policy in a Sustainable and Structured manner. So, Roel, we are really looking forward to listening to you, mostly because the problem is that we involve people, but not in a very structured manner. So I'll give you the floor. Thank you. So sorry.
Where is the...
I suppose that this one has to do with this, I suppose.
And start. Hello, everybody. I'm Roel Camps. I work for the city of Antwerp. I'm an expert in youth policy. Voice in. It's something that we didn't find anywhere else as a word, so we made our own word for it. And advisory boards like youth councils. So I started my job working at 2010 already, and it's my full-time job. So I lost count after 300 projects. We stopped counting after reaching 50,000 youngsters with survey participations. So with 10 minutes to do like 14 years of work and everything in policy, that's a challenge, but let's go anyway, and I changed it. So after 3 days, who is lost already in participation? Because we see tons of tools and methods, but which method would you choose? How would you choose? When would you choose? Why would you choose? These are questions that has an impact, because if you lack in those, the consequences can be huge, like in, oh, is this like a fake participation or what? But now, the good thing is, all this information is already existing. When I started in 2011, these were the options. Adults, we put them in the room, they can shout, whatever, like this position. And when I ask, okay, but how can a young person do this? He or she can draw. So a young person is from 0 until 26. It's like a huge population. So imagine saying, like somebody of 20 years old should draw. But somebody of 8 years old perhaps can draw better than a drawing. This was drawn by a 16-year-old. So it doesn't matter. So it was like, this is bollocks. Let's do something better. So we really dive into research, and we were thinking, how can we solve this? Back then, 2010, Facebook was coming up as something new. Social media was still uprising. And we had the tool built, and they were all saying that what still a lot of companies are saying, your participation by your municipality is going to boom by social media. Yes, you will reach youngsters by social media. Yes. Nope. No. What the reality was, this is reality. I made the expectations. Wait. The expectations of reaching people in a very short amount of time. And the reality is, we didn't reach that many people. I think our first project, we had like 3 people in 3 months by the use of social media. So for me, it was always like, and still it is, how can we improve? What are we doing wrong? Solution thinking, always go into solution thinking. So that came with us into the story of, I know there is a cow on the screen, but it is an interesting story. It has to do with a statistic phenomenon called the wisdom of the crowds that was already discovered in the 19th century by Francis Galton. So his discovery was on a flea market, a cattle market. And he asked a lot of people who back then had the knowledge of how much does a cow weigh. So basically what the theory says is a large group of people knows a lot more than a small group of experts on daily experiences. So we really get in depth into that. And there are like 4 conditions that hold that theory. So we adapted, and I quite tweaked it from a business columnist called James Surowiecki. He has a great book on it. And everything is in the detail in the PowerPoint with a lot more notes, so I'm just telling a story. So yes, your group has to be diverse. But even a young group of a school, just a regular class of like 16 years old, they are already a diverse group because of socio-economic, cultural, poverty, backgrounds, and so on. But still, think always in the diversity. But then what really was interesting is they should say their opinions independently, not with the discussion, because it's based on their life experience. When I walk from Fabric Hall to here, I have my own experience. I should not go into discussion with somebody else and no, I really did not like that crossing board because it was dangerous. And somebody else say, no, it wasn't dangerous. That's an opinion. And it's the end. And then it's like a consultation between the municipality and with people, but not always between people, between each other. And then there was like knowledge, and knowledge is a huge thing. So yes, provide knowledge, but so that everybody has like a same basic knowledge about what are we going to do, what this project is about. So we took those, and now I'm going to really speed up, and we actually made like 10 guidelines to ensure the inclusion and participation of every adult, every youngster of your municipality in a sustainable, durable way, and so on. So you can use this, and you can do it tailorship on every project that each one of you have in your municipality or city. And you all know these things, but when you enlisted it up, then it becomes truly like gold. So yes, there has to be like a space to change. When there's not space to change and you know it at advance and you're still doing it, you're doing fake participation. It's as simply as that. How are your results going to look like? Okay, we're going to make a maquette. Good, but who is going to process the results of that maquette? We take a photo. Okay, so I see on the photo boxes. What does a box mean? Okay, so we need something to decode what people said. This maquette means this, and this photo is related to this maquette. So it's about that. And then the stakeholders. We have different kind of stakeholders. Where are they in the real life? We have the low threshold. So whenever you make something, we tend to make information for adults, and then we make something else for the children. But most of the time when we make something for adults, the majority doesn't understand because words are too difficult. So basically when you make it that a 10-year-old or even an 8-year-old can understand, everybody can understand it. So make it really accessible. And you can also do it by working with low accessibility. Use images, use video. We invented, I think, like participation survey. I mean, not invented because I had a colleague here in the room and he also did it, so it's similar. But the statistics survey is not a participation survey. When we do it about city development, we put videos in it, we do like digital walks, we make plans, we show them, this is what you see here, this is what you see there. What do you think of this idea? And a lot of open questions. And that is how you can really use all the images for all these projects. And then the MTR. It's, I think, one of the most important stuff. We even made a determination model to know which method is necessary with which kind of topic of participation. So not every method is beneficial for every kind of topic. So there's like a really basic guiding line. When it's more about a topic that you have a daily life experience in it, it's like just gather individual experiences with open questions. Because open questions for people is the lowest threshold as possible when you go to them with tablets, but people can type whatever they want. It's just, you give them, you talk to us, you let us know, but on a really wide scale. We can reach 5,000 people with that in like 2 days. That is gold. That is truly gold. With 3 questions, you don't need to do anything else. So we made a determination model, it's also in the presentation and so on. And then it's target location working and the context and be fair and have respect that everybody has their own opinion. And then the most important, feedback. explain how the meanings will be processed and so on and so on. So we used that, we made our policy, and actually the policy is quite intense, it's quite big, and we had a lot of times that we adapt, really relearn, and we adapt and adapt more. So basically, this is like a summary, just like a tiny fraction, because we have tons of methods, but we do bottom-up stuff, like what are you telling to us? Okay, let's connect them with vice mayors. We made with creative design thinking and stuff like that. We know as a government, and I'm not hearing this much, like in city development, we reach young people because they live in there, but also in like mobility, housing, poverty, health care, and so on. So that is also a large thing. And then the advisory bodies, we have 4 kinds of them. One for youngsters, one for students, for the professional, and so on. And the one with the youngsters, we do that with a lottery because we don't believe in voting for youngsters. Because they're saying your opinion or your life is more worth than his. No, you're young, it's good enough. You want to do that? Okay, that's fine. And now we pick a lottery. We sent 10,000 letters, and now in 2 weeks we had 120 candidates. And we had our pool, and they do it for 2 years, and it's working. So 9 minutes, I'm going to do like 1 minute extra. I know it's but I think the most important, because you can see all the stuff afterwards, but the most important stuff is don't wait until tomorrow, because the youngsters are living now. They are not the future. They are living now. They have needs now. Just try, experiment, reevaluate what you did, adapt, and do it again. And again, and again, and again. And you should do it with every policy that you have that has an impact on the daily life of a youngster. And that is only the thing that you need. Mobility, has this an impact on the life? Yes, you should involve youth. Don't talk over youth, talk with youth. And I think I'm going to end here. And you know there's a lot of information. And also, when you open the presentation, everything that you really want to know, like in depth, it's in the notes. And if you want to know afterwards more, Google me or find me, the details are in there, and we can do an online meeting. So by now,
thank you very much.
Obrigado.
Thank you. I just need to reset the time. Oh, sorry. I need to reset. I don't know how to do it. Podem ajudar-me? Faz aí? Ok. Muito obrigada. And then I'll switch into Portuguese. Tenho muito prazer em então dar a palavra à doutora Paula Cardoso.
I'm very pleased now to give the floor to Paula Cardoso. She's a youth technician in the Gaia municipality. So she has experience mainly in following and monitoring projects that contribute to implementing municipal plan for youth. She will always also tell us on how we can listen to young people. And thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here representing the youth division of the Gaia municipality and to introduce to you our project for the youth. The project is called New Voice to Youth. In Gaia, the mayor always talks about the plural nature of youth. Young people have diverse needs, so the municipality is quite big as well. This project promoted a young dialogue amongst political decision makers and young people. The main goal was to promote young people's participation, European citizenship, non-formal learning, quality work of youth, and partnership building. We engaged people with a span of ages between 13 and 30, and this consulting process covered about 540 participants. We organize meetings amongst young people to debate the main challenges facing the youth, the existing solutions and how they can be implemented for each event. The participants talked and worked with the teams and with specialized teams. How did we organize the sessions? Firstly, we had participatory labs organized by parishes, whereby we involved different young people from different parishes. Secondly, we organized generation labs according to age group, between 13 and 17, 18 and 24, 25 and 30, to meet the specific expectations of specific age groups. Thirdly, we organized a stakeholders lab where we involved about 120 stakeholders from municipal services, youth organizations at national, regional and European level. This was the calendar. At the end, we presented a conference to show the results. We also organized a focus group with the youth entities to validate the content of this strategy, which would be part of the 2.0 youth plan. What did we aim with this project? To strengthen the role of young people as agents of change, promote active participation, create new opportunities for capacity building and empowering, and to promote peer-to-peer learning. So we created a work group from the beginning where we invited young people, our ambassadors, our volunteers, to those who wish to volunteer and participate from the beginning, so that they could be themselves the protagonists from the very beginning. This was a co-created project, co-managed by young people, and it was a project from young people to young people. There was later on a capacity building activity in order to help us with facilitating the work groups. They were able themselves to motivate more young people to participate and engage, and they also help us, and they were always present, and they will be a crucial support in disseminating the project. The project attempted to meet the great purpose, the great mission of the agenda, not leaving anyone behind. So overall, 700 participants, 540 young people, 160 political decision makers. Not only decision makers, but also a range of agents who are necessary and will be necessary in the future to implement this new strategy. Within this consultation, we defined 34 thematic areas organized along 7 great axes: happiness, housing, humanism, impact, freedom, feeling. What is feeling? Feeling of being a young person, of being a technician, and the last one, talent. Just to give you a better idea, so within these options or axes, within talent, we have a sub-area of employment, education, art, digital, sports, entrepreneurship. But we can also talk about freedom, where citizenship is autonomy, safety, peace, and leadership. This was a disruptive way we found to present the new options of the strategic plan of the Gaia municipality. Thank you very much. I am available for any questions. Thank you very much for the generosity of leaving a few extra minutes for the next speakers.
And now I'll switch into English now. to introduce Anders North, is development manager at Salar, where his role is to support, to educate, and to inspire municipalities regarding citizens' participation since 2008. So it means 16 years now, so it's a lot of time. And he's going to share best practices, how to involve young people for better ideas and building trust for democracy we are all in desperate need for. Thank you very much. I'll give you the floor.
Thank you so much. I have to fulfill that presentation. I don't have any slides, so you can focus here on the voice instead. I belong to a unit that is tasked with supporting municipalities and regions within the entire area of democracy. These are democracy strengthening issues ranging from the implementation of elections, human rights, participatory processes, but we also work with things that threaten democracy, such as threats and hatred towards elected officials and welfare crimes, such as corruption and preventing criminal actors from getting hold of tax funds. So we work both with the positive part of democracy, but we also have to take part of the dark side. When it comes to the importance of involving young people in democratic processes, our mission is to support and inspire politicians and civil servants to develop how they involve young people and adapt young people's perspectives on the local community. Take care of their everyday knowledge of how it is to live in their municipality and what we can improve. When I meet the local politicians, many express that they want to take part in the thoughts and ideas of young people, but that is difficult to reach them. I think they sometimes are a bit afraid of facing the young people. And one background to this is that over the years we have, and in some parts still, often look at young people based on the fact that they are clients who are vulnerable and we need to protect. They are risk-prone that need to be controlled. In one way, they are customers who we need to ask about how to improve services, and they are students who we need to learn. What we need to do more is to meet young people as citizens who have an important role with many perspectives on how the local community can be developed now and in the future. Don't guess what we think, ask us, is the key word from the Youth Council in the city of Gothenburg. And I think that pinpoints very much what it is all about. Just in the same way as we offer adults to participate in different ways, we must also do it when we meet young people. Not everyone wants to participate and get involved in the same way. Some like to take part in a more structured system that is a copy of how we as old work in our councils. Others want to be in a more free way and engage in issues that matters for them right now. By involving young people, we also give them opportunity to practice, see and learn the functions of democracy and politics. And that hopefully makes them so interested that they will be engaged through life as politicians, civic actors, or in other ways. Many municipalities in Sweden have youth councils that copies the structure of real councils. It attracts some of the young people, but not all. And it's mainly young people who have parents in politics and in the civil servants. What becomes very clear when you meet young people is that they prefer to meet those who actually decide. They want to meet the mayor and the top politicians. So ask young people if they want to get involved and how they would like to do so, rather than adults deciding the process. Taking the first step to ask is crucial, and this applies to all age groups, of course. Some important thing when the municipality invites young people, I think first it has to be real with a clear commitment, not for adults just to tick the box that we have met young people. Second, it has to be about important issues. Surveys shows that young people want to discuss the climate, public transports, housing, education and job and opportunities. And third, they want to see results, so the feedback is crucial. And I want to give you some examples from what's happening in some municipalities that we follow and work close to in Sweden. The municipality of Karlstad, in 2023, They invited all children and students in the municipal preschools and primary schools to submit proposals on how the municipality of Karlstad can become environmentally and climate smart, inspired by the process of citizen assemblies. Almost 1,000 proposals came up from all over the city, from the schools and preschools. And then they were put together a workshop with a group of pupils from different schools and professionals, and together they sorted out and analyzed and merged the proposal to 70 proposals that were given to the council and the mayor. And the proposals have touched both big and small issues, from free public transportation to more climate-smart food, clothes sharing days, and cultivation at your own school. Now the politicians in Karlstad fulfill the proposals in real action and gives feedback on an ongoing basis. And one of the pupils that were taking part in this process said, "Before, we felt that the politicians weren't listening. This work had made us feel that they listened to us more than before. We also learned more about municipal decision-making process, which was fun." The municipality of Örnsköldsvik in the mid-Sweden, they have an advisory board with young people for having their perspectives on issues in the municipality. The advisory board is aimed for young people between 13 and 25 years old that want to gain insight into and contribute to development work within the municipality, authorities, associations, and business. The advisory board functions as a council where you, together with other young people, work for a certain time to give feedback and test ideas based on special assignments. The advisory board is also a way for actors in business, government, municipality, and civic society to get direct feedback from the target group on issues that matters that affect young people. The group works for a certain period of time with some form of remuneration. The municipality of Gislaved in southern Sweden, a dialogue where local councillors invite themselves to meet pupils at their upper and secondary schools to get input from the young peoples in their municipality. The dialogue is carried out in several stages. First, the politicians visit the schools and meet the students in their classes. During the meeting, the students get to know more about the municipality and discuss various topics, and they think are more important to their life situation. The result of the dialogue is documented and forwarded to decision makers in the municipality. A new visit is then carried out, and the students receive feedback from politicians in the democracy committees. The students' contributions to the municipality contain the following themes: create a meeting point, meeting place for young and adults; expand safety creating efforts; expand the range of public transports; expand the range of activities for young adults. Finally, it's important that young people have the opportunity to participate in democratic processes where their opinions are taken seriously. By gaining knowledge of democratic processes, the conditions for them to become involved as adults increase. So what can be done? And I will quote Carola Gunnarsson, who had a say earlier in the conference. Provide real opportunities for participation. Promote access to participatory democracy opportunities, such as youth council, public consultation, or citizen budgets and planning. Offer new channels for engagement. Utilize social media and digital participation. Be clear about goals and influence. Explain how participation mechanisms work, their purposes, and the extent to which young people can influence decisions and processes. Involving young people must be a part in an ecosystem for democracy on local level. Thank you.
Very much. E passamos agora para a doutora Marta Costa.
Thank you very much. Now we are going to listen to Marta Costa, the head of the youth division in Valongo, and she's going to talk to us about the development of participatory democracy here in Valongo. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. The Saturday morning, it's hard for us. I can see some people that I know and who have made an effort to be here, namely Afonso and also Mara, thank you, and Soraya, all faces that I know from our work. So I would like to tell you a little bit about our process that led to our municipal plan for youth. You probably have realized that we here have an environment that is very open to the participation of the people and namely of the youth. And so we have been very fortunate to have politicians and decision makers that think that the process of participation is important. All of the pictures that you are going to see here are from activities that we have conducted to involve the young people. Our youth municipal plan is the first generation, and unlike the one in Gaia. So we are learning. We are still learning, but we feel that our work has already been fruitful and involved a lot of people. So this was a process that was co-built. It involved the young people in our council, but also all the stakeholders involved in working with young people and in youth matters. So the leaders of youth associations or unions and the people who work with them. So we went through this process of co-creation and co-construction. We used quantitative and qualitative tools for data collection, and we have already worked with more than 1,000 people in this process. You can see the young people, then the second picture is the municipal people in charge, then the different people in charge are connected to the youth area, and also association or union leaders that represent the youth of our municipality. These are our global goals, but what we actually want to do is to gather many processes that we already had but were not integrated. And so we want to create a plan that is a municipal plan but goes beyond it. So this plan is aimed at people who work with young people, with the youth, but we are also going to do a plan that will be translated to a more simpler language, and that is probably what we will be using on our everyday work, because people need to understand what we are doing. What we also want to do was to support the municipal council for youth. We want them to be a driving force in this process, and also we need their feedback to know what they think about what we are doing and how we are doing it. These are the results that we are hoping to get. We are not working for ourselves. We want to reach other people. We need to reach out to the community. We need to empower young people, but all the stakeholders. We want to create synergies, and we want to develop network projects, and we want also to increase the impact of the youth policies in our territory, and we want to create a strategic document. Me and Joana Pereira have worked together throughout this project, and we have been always establishing contacts with this big network of stakeholders. We had three stages: preparation, implementation, and monitoring and assessment. We are still in the preparation stage, so phase 1, and we expect to have it completed by the end of this year. So this is what we have done thus far. We started in November 23, presenting this process. It took us about 9 months to get the synthesis of the results. The document was up for public consultation until 12th of October, and now we are going to assess the results of that consultation and to present the conclusions. We have during the process, we have still listened and got the contribution of the people who have been involved. So we went to have meetings with young people. For instance, Joana Helena is here. The teacher helped us do that. So this is a summary of all of the entities that have worked with us. So we have parishes, we have the different departments in the municipality, we have the public safety police, we have the health department through São João Hospital. We have we have a lot of departments involved. We have held 11 focus group sessions with more than 200 young people, and we didn't want to go everywhere and to see everybody, but we wanted to focus on a specific age group from 12 to 29 years old. And when I must say that after 22 years of age, these young people are harder to find because they're no longer in school, and we had to work very hard to have the representation of this age group. In these, we have had surveys for the workers that work in this area. We had 77 respondents, but we also conducted surveys to young people, and we had 808 respondents. So what came out of that survey was this prioritization, the areas that were considered more relevant. And this is what we are going to start working on by the creation of strategic goals so that we can then have a plan. This is our work for the next 2 years. That was what I wanted to share with you. Thank you for listening, and I am open to your questions. Before moving on to the second part of this panel, I think that we have at least 5 minutes for Q&A. We have listened to good practices, at least from the ones that we got from Rowell, and also the ideas that Paula has already mentioned, and Anders North actually reminded us that we actually need to ask the young people what they want. We don't have to guess it. And we also got the idea that it's important to give feedback to the young people and also get feedback from from them. And finally, we heard Ana Paula from, not Ana Paula, sorry, Marta Costa from the municipality of Valongo, who shared with us their all of their process. Now, if there's any questions.
Hello, hi. My name is Laura Thomas, and I'm from the European Capital of Democracy, and we have a city network. I'm very pleased to see two of our city network members here, Valongo and Antwerp. And so my question is for Marta and Roel. Given that this network is between city specialists, how does it support your work as youth policy specialists, given that young people aren't directly involved?
I shall go first. She's struggling. It's really beneficial because when you are new into a job, it's really easy to get better at the job because you can do research. Okay, then you can adapt to research, and if somebody is really motivated in this job, he's going to reflect this, going to adapt again and experiment it. But after a long time, I think there is a challenge in falling asleep at your job because what you're doing, it works and whatever. By being in a network, you suddenly have the opportunity and the chance to a constant reflection in what you do because you constantly also explain to other cities what are you doing. And it's like a constant fluid of inspiration that is coming because we all have different challenges in our city. And sometimes we have equal challenges, but different approaches. So I think it's just like pure gold, the thing that we always are looking for, like in a congress or a conference. Well, we have that in the European Capital of Democracy. And I'm not saying that because I like the project, no, but because it's the reality. Sometimes it's really difficult when you're alone in your city and you don't have a lot of time, because I also don't have a lot of time. I must be really work efficiency in what I do, but sometimes I do need to reflect on how it's like in other city. We have 500,000 citizens. We have 150,000 youngsters. 1 in 3 is young. I can't divide myself into 100 people. So how are other cities doing it? And sometimes you don't see like, oh, they are not doing that. Okay, but by telling in how we are doing it, you get also inspiration. So it works like in so many different ways. So if there's any doubt, just go in there, because it will help your work, and you're still motivating in doing it.
Can I use this? Laura, could it be in Portuguese for you, the answer? Yeah, thank you. Então, estar na capital.
So, being in the European capital of democracy in this work group has been amazing. I had the chance of participating in the work developed in Copenhagen. Roel was one of our fantastic hosts, and it's another world, I have to say. So they do youth participation in a way I can only aspire to, which belongs to my most utopic dreams. In fact, it is very inspiring. There is a great deal of knowledge which we can immediately transfer to our projects, our everyday lives. We cannot replicate because you have a much, much higher budget, but we can always try to think at our own scale. So it was an amazing experience. We were also very welcomed in Braga to reflect on the intergenerational work strategies. I can only be thankful and make myself available for these moments. They make us very busy, but in practice they allow us to reflect, stop, and see what others are doing and immediately bring it to our own ground. More questions? Yes, good morning. My name is Geraldina Bonifácio. I am the president of the Municipal Council of Buan in Mozambique. I would like to greet all the speakers. It is indeed very challenging to debate youth matters, especially for the Mozambican reality, where more than 60% of the population are young people. Young people are rebellious. They want to participate, but they don't know exactly how to participate. This is a great challenge for our municipalities. I have been listening with great deal of attention to the last presentation, and I understood it is a municipal plan for youth, and it is there is a national council for youth. I'd like to know, how do you do it, who the members are, and what is the relationship of these members and with the National Council for Youth? Because I can see that in Portugal there is a national council, just like in Mozambique, for youth, and we also have district councils. So I want to understand the relationship. I'm not sure if these are young people from civil society or from the general population, or young people from the municipality. Thank you very much. I would just request a brief answer. Yes, we are already exceeding the allocated time. So the Municipal Youth Council has a legislated format. All municipalities are obliged under the law to have a youth council. Paula can also tell you about it. One of the members is here, Professor Helena Lobo. She's a representative for the education. So there is this indication that the people elected in the assembly should be present, but sometimes the oldest member for our youth council is around 70. And then we also have representatives of youth associations and students' unions, and our youngest member is 16. We can tell you a bit more about it later.
Yeah, just 30 seconds. And it's counting.
I don't think you should stick with one method, because you're saying two different things. How can we're not reaching them, or they don't know how to participate? And then you have like a youth council that is really high level, but they both, like youth participation and policy doesn't have only, not be like a youth council only. A youth council, you can see them more like a focus group. You have an idea of changing a policy, and you need really quick, like in 2 times, a group of youngsters, make a group of 25, 50, 100 youngsters, whatever, just pitch it. But that's not the same as we're going to change the street in there. We don't ask how we should change the street at that group of youngsters, because they are not living there. So choose other methods. Just take your methods, like an easy survey. You can do it even on paper, and then go to all the schools, all the places where the youngsters are just hanging out, and just ask them, hey, what do you dislike here? What do you like? How can we improve? 3 questions, and then you already know. So don't stick with one method. Do all different kind of methods to know. Because not wanted to be in a youth council doesn't mean they don't want to be participating in society and have an opinion in that.
Okay. Thank you. Não temos tempo, sorry, we don't have time now. We can do it later, because there will be the other panel, and if we have time we can do it, if you don't mind. It's because we are really behind. Podem ajudar-me, por favor, a agradecer este painel.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the panel. And I would like to invite you to join me. Daniel Pereira, Amanda Vicente, Paula Fontinha, Pedro Brás.
Aqui, talvez assim por esta ordem. O Daniel junto da Amanda.
Daniel with Amanda, Paula Fontinha.
Muito obrigada. Nós temos estado a falar até agora em ouvir os jovens.
Thank you very much. We've been talking about the importance of listening to young people, and we were just saying if you want to know what young people really know, do not guess, ask them. And we have with us two young people. They are doing an MA in Communication Sciences, and they will tell us about something very important, which is the participatory budget of this university. So I'd like now to invite you to take the floor.
Ah, ok. Estava a ver se iam para aí. A Amanda e ao Daniel.
Amanda and Daniel.
Portanto, bom dia a todos e a todas. Cumprimentos da CM Valong e a
Good
equipa pela
morning,
excelente
everyone. Thank you very much for the excellent organization. Congratulations to the moderators, organizers. My name is Amanda São Vicente. Me and my colleague Danielle will be presenting the research we did upon the first organization of the participatory budgeting of the Algarve University. So these are the proposals the students made to the budget. As I was saying, the first edition occurred last year between March and December. It was an initiative by the Dean of the university, and the goals were to give more voice to sub-represented groups in decision-making bodies, especially students and non-teaching workers, also to encourage democratic participation, also to strengthen the transparency of the management mechanisms. 80,000 euros were allocated for students' fees and a further 40,000 for proposals from teachers and researchers.
Acerca só a título de contextualização
Just to
sobre
provide some context about our process, here we have the public dissemination of the process, which is how we make this available to the community, the objectives, and how the process worked. So we intend to support the drafting of proposals and the submission process. The technical analysis is performed by a monitoring commission. The dissemination and debate are from the moment the proposals are validated. There is the recording of a video, and the goal is that the academic community becomes aware of the proposals. There is also the opportunity to clarify any doubts. Then there is the public voting phases, and the proposal execution is foreseen for the next academic year. Here we have the winning proposals. The first one was from students, where the goal was to reuse a former space of a bar with the creation of a shared kitchen and a study area. The second proposal is of research professors to create a psychological support for new students. And the third one focuses on the purchase of outdoor furniture. So we will focus on the perspective of students, and our intention in this research was to try to understand what motivates them, what they learned, also the critical reflections, and our main questions. Can participatory budgeting improve the participation and the quality of democracy in higher education? We had students and representatives from different degrees, for example, landscaping, communication sciences, Demographically, the age group varies. We have a 20-year-old and a 56-year-old, and a balanced presence of genders, both women and men. Danielle will now present students' perspectives.
Portanto, o que motivou estes estudantes a participar no orçamento participativo?
What drove these students to participate in participatory budgets? The participants were driven especially through their professors and teachers who facilitated their participation. Some of them also became aware through institutional channels. So, for example, a participant felt it was interesting to participate. Their motivations range from the wish to participate and to improve university environment with the creation of community spaces and an improvement in infrastructure. These students learned during the process the importance of collaboration by working in group and listening to different perspectives. Besides that, they developed skills regarding budget and idea communication. So a student reports they also learn about managing money, and they also report that it is time-consuming and it involves effort, but he says it was worthwhile to learn that what we say is not what people understand. I was able to learn that what I'm thinking is not necessarily what others think. I also have to make the design clearer and to make things clearer, but I also have my identity. This is a statement from a student. Also regarding students, they also gained a better understanding of their action, and also they understood that they have an important role. They learned how to adapt their proposals to budgeting realities, and they gained experience in practice and project management. In critical reflections, the results and expectations for the future, there was a criticism regarding a lack of clarity. Regarding the demands, there was some frustration. So participant 6 says that there were many changes. They told us to focus on one aspect, but then there were many issues being dealt. So they say it was necessary to have more clarity. Alongside the critical reflections, the lack of technical support, especially in recording, was also mentioned, and also the cost. I think it would be very easy to speak to the teacher, for example, in a curricular unit. So each group of students has a participatory proposal. Each group has to support that proposal and implement a video, and the students would also be assessed. This was alongside evaluated. We also gained our own. Students also. So time management was also a significant management.
Continuando nas reflexões, a expectativa para o futuro inclui desejo maior envolvimento.
So our expectations for the future to involve the future. So this is reported by participant 1. So to mostly promote participation, teachers should integrate a lot more and promote student participation. This should be a party of participation, and voting should be a beautiful campaign where everybody shows their project, besides a greater flexibility. I will now go back to my colleague for conclusions.
Dos resultados acerca do processo de orçamento participativo na Universidade do Algarve revelou-nos que, apesar dos desafios enfrentados como gestão do tempo, a necessidade de melhorias na comunicação,
Our analysis showed us that despite the obstacles, we did find benefits for the participants, but also for the wider community. The participants said that they have developed a better idea for what was needed, and the request for including more the students in future editions was important. So there was a positive impact of implementing this participatory budgeting in the University of Algarve. It also showed the importance of having these participatory events in order to increase democracy. Thank you for sharing this important experience you had in the Algarve University. I believe it's also a pioneer in the context of the Portuguese universities. I would now like to give the floor to Paula Fontinha, who is Anmoeira of Praça, and they work in the municipality of Almada. They have a project that is called We Are Decision Makers, not only names. So Moira is going to start with our presentation, which is an interactive presentation.
Bom dia. Sim, agora sim.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank everybody for being here, and I would also like to thank the municipality of Valongo for welcoming us, and he is also a part of this event. I would also like to thank Suraya, who is not in this conference, but is the person in charge of the graphics, also Professor, the people who are here because they worked with us in this project. So now you have to take part in what is going to happen. I'm going to put some sentences, and you are going to say if you agree or not. Young people do not know what they want. Young people trust political decision makers. If you agree, you raise your arm. Municipalities are motivated to involve the young people in decision making. That is a good indicator. This is something that we wanted to include. We realized that when we were working in Almada, the idea that most people had regarding young people was that young people didn't want to take part in politics because they didn't think it was aimed at them. So we went to this training course for municipality youth officers. We came back completely passionately involved with these themes, and we wanted to involve them in our works. So we took the topic to all of the schools. We also worked with the youth council in Almada, and in 2022 also this plan started. And then we created this Erasmus program that was not didn't receive funding in the first edition, but now we have revamped it and we got the financing. So this project was very important for us. We had the Association Scientific of Almada, the Association New World of Almada, the Municipality of Almada, and Valongo Municipality. We wanted to empower young people on topics about such as democracy and institutions through interactive dynamics. We wanted them to understand how the democratic processes work, the importance of voting, the roles of the different institutions, and how the policies are formulated and implemented. So we wanted to empower and qualify young people to be more informed and proactive. It was aimed at young people between 15 and 29, also youth technicians and political decision makers. It took 14 months from June 23 to July 24. So we had all of these democracy labs. The young people were able to get together and get to know each other. They were able to discover what were the youth policies of each of the partner cities, to also talk to decision makers and also to decide who would do what. So the first mobility we had was coming to Valongo, where the different partners were able to get to know each other, and that there was the exchange of experiences, how this worked in each of the municipalities. They were also able to start thinking about the topic of youth participation. That is at the local level. We also had an European dimension because it was also a year of elections, European elections. So we went to Brussels, and the young people involved were able to get to know the European Parliament and get to know some of the MPs, and they realized that Brussels is very far away, but many of their decisions have impacts on our society here, our schools and our working places. At the national level, we had a mobility, a meeting in Almada. So we organized the national meeting of young decision makers, where the young people were able to put into practice everything they have learned throughout the process and the project. This meeting also was involved in the celebration of the 50th anniversary of democracy in Portugal, and it was an important stage for them. I can share with you some images. So these were the democracy laboratories, mobilities to Valongo, Águeda, and Almada. And all of this then led to some recommendations. And we had recommendations at the local, national, and European level. We have sent already these recommendations to the President of the Republic, to the European level, and to the municipal level. And we hope that these recommendations will be able to afterwards inform the way that the young people participation is done in decision making. So now I would like to share with you this video. So this video shows the several moments of this project. It doesn't have sound. The speaker is asking to put the video again from the beginning to see if they could have the sound. I can see that technicians are working on this, but still.
O vídeo também está no Instagram do projeto.
So you can also find this video in the project's Instagram. We also have some postcards with a QR code for our website. And on YouTube, we also have several videos of the interviews and other that these young people made. So they interviewed decision makers and also other people. I know that this is a technical problem, so maybe we could ask Afonso to talk about this because he was also involved in this project.
Bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry. So good morning, everybody. I'm one of the young people who had the opportunity to take part in this project. We are decision makers, not only voices. This was a very enriching project at a personal and interpersonal level. From my experience, it's important for us, young people, to see that some decision makers are interested in what we think, what we want, and what we can bring to society and to our generation, which is the next generation, so to say. So everything that we saw here was organized by the young people. So we worked on moderating panels, debating, and we also worked in the background. And so it's important for us because we also realized that not everybody is comfortable doing everything. So some people prefer doing one thing and some people prefer doing another. So sometimes we think that the person who is speaking and presenting a project is the one who did all the work, and that is not true. There's a whole team behind that person. And sometimes people do not like to talk in public, and they are still valuable and they are important for the projects. And so this project was important for us to realize that there are many fields, many areas where we can take part. Also, for me, going to the Republic Assembly, the Parliament, all the 19th century decoration and our politicians there, we were able to go into the room where our politicians discuss and talk about the way our country will be managed and where it is going. That was very good. Of course, I also enjoyed, for instance, the labs, democracy labs, because we could focus on specific events. So the 25th of April, the revolution, the freedom revolution in Portugal, and other specific topics where we were able to listen to young people and to gather their opinions. Afterwards, we had this national meeting in Almada, and we did work gathering all of the proposals that we thought would be important for our country. And so we sent it to for instance, the Minister of Youth, and also to the people in charge of all of the municipalities in Portugal. And I actually recommend this. It's very enriching. It's not a waste of time. But I would also like to say that there is not the amount of participation that we would like to see. It has increased, and of course we know that things are going to be made step by step, and we realize that our work is actually reaching its target so that people can take part in public life because they want to. And it's important also because of the time we are living now. We are celebrating 50 years of freedom in Portugal, and so we have the responsibility to actually do what our grandparents couldn't do and make use of freedom and democracy. We actually went overboard in terms of time, but he was a young person, and so we couldn't stop his participation. I'm sure you are probably curious to see our video. We cannot share it here with sound, but you have our Instagram that is accessible through the QR code of the postcards that we have distributed. And of course, Afonso's participation was even better than the video because he gave us his first-hand experience on what it is to be part of this. Now we are going to listen to what happened in Montserrat. You have the floor, please.
Olá a todas e todos. Antes de mais, cumprimentar o município de Valongo.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I'd like to salute and congratulate the Valongo municipality for organizing this initiative. And coincidentally, I just found that I've brought the municipality colors, green and black. So this is also a way to pay tribute. Usually we talk about municipalities and we forget that in Portugal we also have parishes. The role of parishes in our territory has a very significant impact on populations. This is why in our parish, with 48,000 inhabitants in the Sintra County, we decided to invest in participation. This is one of the many tools we have and that we would like to share with you. First of all, I'd like to ask you to pick up your mobiles and to scan the QR code in order to participate, whether you're young or not so much.
Já alguém respondeu, só para perceber se aquilo está... Exatamente, já estão a responder.
So we've had some respondents.
De onde é que vem?
Just to see where you're coming from.
Claramente Portugal está...
So clearly, Portugal has a stronger presence here, naturally. So what is important to us? The slides are in English, just to make it easier. So I'd like to ask you to keep participating and answering the questions. I think the previous presentations have already answered this question. There is a no, but where there is an important engagement with our younger population.
Ninguém acha que os jovens querem participar de forma individual?
No one thinks that young people want to participate individually. Well, maybe 4 people. 5.
Já estamos a finalizar aqui
So we're coming to the end of this bit of the pool. So the idea in asking you this question, how do you think young people prefer to participate and develop these processes? And this is a bit what Afonso was just mentioning about participation and young people engagement. Clearly, that is your opinion. And finally, a thought. What should be the main driver to engage young people? Afonso, I'm afraid you're not allowed to answer because you know the answer.
Basta só 2 ou 3 só para depois fazer o salto com a apresentação.
2 or 3. Well, 2 or 3 answers will be enough, says the speaker.
Okay, processo divertido.
So fun is important. If you can just share 1 or 2 more answers, that'd be great. So we have results, information,
aqui temos diferentes perspectivas.
creativity, so different perspectives. So let's try to understand how we in this parish. Yes, I think we can now go to the presentation, says the speaker, and conclude the pool.
Já está, muito bem. Vou voltar aqui atrás.
Very well.
Ok. Bom, então, no fundo, aquelas perguntas
So the questions in the pool you've just answered was a bit like the exercise we did in order to develop our youth participatory budget. So we started this 6 years ago. And our path started with what is important to us, co-creation. We don't want, as you've rightly said, to give something which is already made. We want them to create and influence. This co-creation is the methodology principle we built, and which also covers an important aspect which has to do with gamification. I'll be talking about that later on, the enthusiasm that needs to be incorporated with an easier, accessible language. So what we do, always from this principle, so the young people define their rules, in defining the participatory budget, obviously oriented and liaised with us and with the company who supports us, MyPolis. And this will guide the young people in establishing their rules. Interestingly, every year, the young people always choose to participate between grade 7 and 12. I don't know why, but grade 5 and 6 doesn't seem to have many enthusiasts. So we have all the tools aimed at these young people. But we haven't had an edition with 10-year-olds and 11-year-olds, 5 and 6 graders. So from this is where we start our process. So the process takes place in the schools, and this is in partnership with teachers. They have a crucial role in the classrooms and in the participatory meetings we organize in each school. We challenge the young people to create proposals. So we can have all schools participating in each phase. We have about 1,600 students who give their contribution and try to find answers to the community. So then we go into a process of gamification. This is where we create battles for proposals. We leave the classroom and we go on to the school arena. And through voting, they will choose the 3 proposals which will represent the school. At this stage, the whole school is involved, the whole community is summoned to participate. And we also don't want to leave them behind in an important phase, the analysis. So students will be analyzing each other's proposals. So we have meetings with school representatives. They are the ones who evaluate the proposals from a technical point of view, the viability of proposals. They are the ones who validate. Obviously, they have the presence of people from the parish, but they are the ones who analyze. And then we reach the final phase, the final voting. Here it's not a face-to-face vote, but a digital vote through apps and mobiles. They can select the 3 best proposals, 1 for each school. So thus they can choose each year what proposals will be the winning ones. We use gamification to make the process more interactive, also with the intention of bringing teachers and schools to a language they are familiar with and used to. Through gamification in every phase, we create awards and prizes. Here, for example, the most active class, they will be visiting the youth house in Sintra. The most voted proposal is also the one that wins the proposal battles. So we also award this intermediary phase in order to validate and to value their contribution. And then finally, at the final stage, the winning proposals, the most voted, who will see their initiatives implemented and executed. We involve schools and teachers, and we also give awards to schools. So schools are also mobilized. For example, here we have the most participative school, and they are involved in a healthy competition. What do we value? The most creative proposal, the highest number of students involved in each school, also the type of engagement in the number of proposals created. So this is the process that we validate and recognize and award. In this year, for this coming edition, we chose this new award, the most participative teacher. They are an integral part, teachers. We cannot reach all classes, we're talking about 1,600 students. So we also want to involve teachers and to encourage them. Very quickly, so our youth participatory budget in numbers, we've had over 7,000 participants with nearly 900 proposals presented, 300 proposals approved, and that's a number of projects. We're always able to generate many people, and we invite everyone to the Democracy Party, where students present their proposals to each other. And to conclude, I'd like to give you the chance of watching a video just to give an idea of the impact on the school community. So the video is showing now the safest parish. This is a project, Let's Help Stray Animals. Studio Bello for arts. Paintball competition. Here, an archery tournament. Self-defense classes. Programming workshop. Let's help disadvantaged families. Sex education workshop.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much.
Muito obrigada. Tivemos mais uma vez esta partilha.
Thank you very much. So once again, we've had sharing of good practices. So with Paula Fontin, I felt it was very interesting what you said about capacity building of young people, but also of the municipal workers who work with young people. We want methods to change, but we need to provide capacity building. Amanda and Daniel also told us about this experience of participatory budget. This is probably the first experience of democratic participation, but also another skill that seemed very interesting, knowing how a project is built and how much it costs. And finally, with Pedro Brás, we had this attention on the focus on the role of parishes and the participatory budgeting. May I say I felt the voting was very interesting. I have some questions about gamification. I know it's effective because they want to win, but I very much enjoyed that picture where young people are voting in intermediary stage. This is a replication of what is done in real life with adults. We don't have a lot of time.
Se calhar abria aqui o tempo, já estamos 23 minutos, 24 minutos atrasados.
So we have a delay of 24 minutes, says the moderator. I'm not sure if there are questions. I know there is an unasked question.
E depois atrás penso que haverá outra.
Maybe.
Almost forgot about my question. But I have one for Roel here, actually, if he's still allowed to answer.
Okay, sure.
One of the principles that you mentioned was diversity, the first one, and then independence. I was wondering why you chose to emphasize independence in youth participation, having in mind that like forms of collective deliberation could have a lot of positive effects, you know, like moderating extreme or radical opinions, you know, becoming more open to compromise and so forth. So that's one question. I have one more. That's for all of you. Posso tentar no português? Esse título dessa sessão é envolver
Speaker
jovens
has
na
requested to ask in Portuguese.
E estamos falando muito de processos e práticas.
So we're talking about practical processes. We see many good examples. Could we know more about the results of the processes? What are the public policies which result directly from the processes we've been looking at today? So are there examples of policies which result from these practices and processes with young people? This would be interesting for me. Thank you very much. Maybe Roel can answer.
The wisdom of the crowd, when we started, there was nothing there. So we needed something. In 10 minutes, you can't explain a lot, so I just picked a thing. We do have like two major models. I think in 14 years of my job, 90% of the projects that we're doing is about daily life experience. When you ask somebody, within the 5 seconds, they can answer because they have a frequently daily life experience in it. They should never discuss with anybody or like, I'm in a wheelchair, that's fine. You don't need to discuss it with anybody else or convince somebody why I have a difficulty because I'm in a wheelchair. So independency is also, there is not peer pressure, there is also not group thinking or like dominant speakers in that. But it doesn't mean that we also don't do like group methods, because you do need group methods when you don't have a daily life experience, like building a local climate plan, like a mobility plan. Yes, you absolutely do need to do like stakeholders with groups and very much group methods. And then you do like interaction, but still there is always an awareness of the group's thinking, the group's pressure, and group dominance. So I always pick it in, but even with the big abstract projects, you can divide them into smaller projects. So even with a very large project, sometimes it is really handy to just listen to the opinions given independently and then discuss it in a larger group. And then you have like an ideal combination.
Thank you very much. Eu penso que aqui a pergunta dos resultados das políticas públicas era mais dirigida para a Almada e também para...
I think that the public policies was more for Almada, since we're talking about the budget law. Which public policies have stemmed from this? Very well. So the name of the project is We Are Decision Makers, Not Only Voices. This was the project motto, and this is what we wanted. Throughout the project, the young people interviewed many political decision makers.
In those interviews, the young people were also able to share their concerns, their advices. So the idea was that these conversations with young people would lead our decision makers to make decisions and implement policies that were aimed at their needs. We have also issued recommendations that were already sent to the decision makers that are suitable. And we would really like to see public policy being created based on these opinions. That's what we aim for. I think that we had one more question. Yes, also for the municipality of Almada, regarding participation in labs. Why only after 15 years old? And how did you recruit the young people? I'm just going to share with you what happened in Almada because the different partners had different strategic choices. In Almada, the age had to do with the different municipal programs that we have. We wanted to involve the young people that already took part in other municipal activities, namely the municipal youth council and the youth assembly. And so we thought that all these programs are interesting, but they are short term. So what do we do with them? And that's why we created this project to try to find participants that were already involved with these municipal programs or being part of the student union or at least have participated before in the participative budget and also young people who would ask. Our partner in Almada was not so focused on this young people, but we were able to include different people. So we were able to allow young people to come and be present. So besides the president of the student union or the council member, we also had other young people who might not be so open to being part of public life. And so we have created a family of people who were able to contribute positively for the success of our project. We are more than half an hour late, and I think that we should all go have lunch. I know that we have conclusions to take from here. First of all, it's important to share the good practices because we get inspired. Secondly, I would like to share with you what I thought is that our language has changed and the questions we pose are also different. If somebody tells me I have a project, I immediately ask if the project was participated, if there has been a collaboration, and this is something that we see now and we didn't see like 10 years ago. And I was also thinking the following. It's important that we listen to the young people, but that afterwards there's a consequence to that, that they are not not simply being used by the municipalities and the decision makers to look pretty on a picture. So thank you all for your presence, and I think it was very enriching. Thank you for this panel. Thank you all. Congratulations. Thank you to all of those who moderated, participated, and led these panels that are now coming to an end in the Sala das Artes in Valongo. It was an enriching experience. I'm already missing you. We are now going to have lunch, and then we will have a closing session at 4 o'clock in the place where we are going to have lunch. And once again, I would like to stress that I was very happy and proud to be with you. It was a wonderful experience, and I miss you. Thank you.